Good afternoon to you all, my friends. How's everybody doing today on a sunny, bright, but very chilly day here in London suburbs? Fortunately, after about 5 or 6 days of constant rain, we are spared today, but alas, more rain is to follow tonight and tomorrow. We're anticipating many more showers, and I've got to say, last night when I went to my dinner, I walked down the river and it was extremely wet. Honestly, I was just like caked up in mud, so to speak, and really very odd weather. Very kind of, not cold, fairly warm, but extremely damp and with plenty of puddles and, you know, the rivers rising in the places where they shouldn't be. So not very jolly, and also had a couple of flood warnings during the last few days, which made me somewhat uneasy, knowing that perhaps where I live is not going to be affected, but some of my neighbours and certainly inhabitants of the town would be definitely at risk, particularly people who are living very close to the river, because we have quite a few buildings literally on the river. You know, it goes to the town centre, and so far so good, no major spillages, but definitely a very strange period for us all. I've been trying quite a few games that I purchased recently, and I can tell you today, for instance, I tried 2 wonderful games, and these were Abyss, and there was Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, and what was the last one? It was Hydrophobia. Hydrophobia is a game I want to play for a while, and I do remember it on Xbox 360. It's a kind of Lara Croftish meeting Bioshock. You know, it happens under the water, and you have a lot of swimming and exploration to do. A wonderful game, fairly short. It didn't last about it has 3 acts altogether. I think the duration is about 5 hours, 6 hours roughly. But very enjoyable, and you can choose to play on 3 difficulty levels. So I always advise everyone when you're doing it for the first time to try on an easy, and then you can replay on the harder difficulty levels when you already know what you need to do, because obviously you'll tackle the enemies and all the challenges fiercely, but you will have already a good lead, a good way of knowing what to do next, and that's definitely one of the good ways of doing it. And then secondly, I really enjoyed that the game was offered for, I think, £1.10, which is fairly low priced compared to what we usually get on Xbox 360. I mean, on Microsoft Store for Xbox 360 games. The trouble I have is I'm always in 2 minds, because we get games offered for like £3.50, £4, 360 games that is, and I can get the same in my CX for 50p or £1. So I really kind of always double check the prices. It's very easy to do that today. You pull out your phone, you got your Microsoft Store on the console, and you just enter CX prices or the titles on your Android and on your mobile phone, and you can just easily compare. So I did buy a number of them. I think I'm quite alright if the price overall reaches like £2, because the greatest benefit is still, as it stands today, that once you purchase them digitally, then you are getting the easy access from wherever you are, if you are to be using xCloud in the near future. So you do not need to have the disc, the disc to go into the console. And I have very many games on discs, and it's becoming a major worry, a major bother. First of all, if the discs are not nearby immediately, because I have some stuff stored, and then the other thing is just finding where the disc is. And thirdly, the biggest problem for me is if I'm going to be traveling in the future and I want to play Assassin's Creed Trilogy or Mass Effect, unless they are provided through Xbox Game Pass or EA Play or the instant access type of services, I will have to carry those discs with me, and they do not register on the list of owned games on my console either. I think that is a major bother, and it's to do with the tech more than anything else, because obviously the manufacturers want everyone to be in possession of a legal copy. Microsoft always have been extremely strict on this, and you know that if they detected that anyone was doing a pirated or illegal copy doing such game on the console and the accounts would be basically frozen forever. It's a lifelong ban from the use of the services, and that's one of the reasons. But I think I think, and I'm hoping certainly, that the issue will be resolved. I'm quite happy even to pay extra money for some sort of subscription that's providing us with updates and verifying licenses a one-off, because say, if you are accessing the entire content from your console that's been transferred to the server, evidently that content will be yours. Couldn't be anybody else's. It's gone into your account, which is on the Microsoft server from your console, in order for you to access it through various platforms wherever you are. And I think that definitely is the best way forward, because quite frankly, as a person who's an archivist and somebody who's been collecting things for years and years, and a person who lived through an era where the prints of various films were not easily accessible, we had to be content with very old, poor quality prints, which were scratched with bits of film missing, colors fading, etc., etc. For many years. Because I've lived through that era, and I watched many films like that in cinemas on old projectors, crummy old prints. I really can't believe how good the technology is today, where even today, for instance, the London Film Festival starts, and we have no participation in real life, but people can easily be accessing the same films online if they're paid for a virtual ticket. So that's really absolutely fantastic. People who are living in remote areas, not living in our big cities, they can live in London for the London Film Festival, of course. They can access these films, watch them on the television sets, and various other platforms, and that's phenomenal. But there are many benefits. The benefits such as ease of use, easy access, being able to sort everything out with playlists and your viewing lists and everything else, and it's much easier to handle overall. As an avid collector and somebody who's a dedicated both film and video gaming fan, I accrued very many titles, both on the kind of DVD, Blu-ray, film front, as well as on the various formats for gaming, and that sometimes is a challenge. But I purchased an app which is called Film Collector. It's basically done by a company based in Holland. It's a very good app, because you have access to it from all platforms, and you can make your own list. So if you put everything you own on the list, not obviously films which you're accessing through Netflix, but everything you possess, physical copy on spools or whatever, you can have it all on one list, and it's very useful because it is a customizable list, and similar to what we had with Cinemania in the past, you can enter all of your own details, inclusive of the dates when you view the film, put your own notes. It's quite incredible. It's a bit like Excel spreadsheet, but done for the tablets and for Android use, I'd say cross-platform use, and you can be accessing it from wherever you are. So that's one of the ways of dealing with it. But still, if you want to be doing some planning, you want to pull out a film or watch a game whenever you feel like it, it is posing a challenge with, first of all, you need to find it, secondly, looking for it, and thirdly, most important, you need to be using the physical drive, whilst the digital downloads are completely eradicating any need for that sort of thing. And I'm absolutely in favour of it all, but I think there should be a way to which all we possess on our physical drives should be verified through Microsoft or through Sony, and therefore we can access it virtually. I think this is very important. That's I wrote to Microsoft about this, and I think it's very important for particularly people who are playing puzzlers and adventure games, the games which are non-PvP, and it's just something to really consider. So coming back to what I said earlier, thoroughly enjoyed these games, and I have a bit of a problem with timing, because I quite enjoy doing Hydrophobia. It's a short game, and you know that when you play it, you have the beginning, you come to the end, and that's about it. Whilst I've been entertaining these massive big open world games now for quite a few years, starting out with Elder Scrolls, and then with was Diablo beforehand, it was a little while back, and then we've had Bethesda's Fallout, then we had Mass Effect, then we had all the other games inclusive of Fallout 76, Anthem, obviously Destiny 1 and 2. The list just goes on, and these games require a lot of attention because you do not have the kind of chapter and verse selection. You are getting into a very lengthy gameplay was looking for something else to do, which is provided now in seasonal content and additional stuff that comes your way, and all of that is making it very time consuming. So there are always true joys and delights of revisiting the old games, like for instance I recently went to Assassin's Creed and Splinter Cell. Absolutely love these games, the same system of stealthy gameplay, and you really can thoroughly enjoy all of that, knowing that you can plan. You want to play 3 chapters and that's fine, you will do something else afterwards. So I think kind of my rule of thumb is to be combining, but then on the other hand, as a broadcaster, I'm dedicated to these very big lengthy games here, and in addition to that, I have to juggle many different titles on different platforms. I think the choice we have is phenomenal, and I really like the idea that the industry, the developers and publishers are truly valuing the titles they released in the past. Even more so if you look at Microsoft compared to Sony. Sony are not doing a lot of work on backward compatibility. I think this is a real shame. We would want to have all the developers of all games ever released on PlayStation to be instantly accessible on the console, irrespective of the generation. And Microsoft is literally winning the game, the turf game, because all of the games that Microsoft ever released on Xbox will be accessible through backward compatibility on the new console. And I think presently we are talking already about 75% of the games that we can already access on our Xbox One. So that's terrific. And some of the games like Sphinx, for instance, that I played a bit today, was reworked. It definitely was touched up in order to get really new generation graphics, and it just looks and feels terrific. I mean, you can see this is an older game. I think it came out in 2003, but you can really enjoy the graphics, the gameplay, and everything else. So remember, the games are all about the concept. The graphics, the audio visuals, they just literally fuel the excitement. But you have games with fantastic graphics but very, very poor quality, systems which really didn't perform or didn't deliver, either appeared to be very mundane or repetitive, or did not really consider all the elements that were necessary, wanting to sell the game on the beautiful images, and that never works. It's similar to films. If you have a film that's fantastically well shot but doesn't have much of that content, well, it is going to be a very, very big flop, and therefore it's very difficult to make the games today. We have very many indie developers making very interesting looking indie titles, very polished with interesting stories, and most importantly with lots of interesting activities. I really had a look at a great number of indie titles on the Game Pass, and I downloaded now more than 100 games on my console, which is quite extraordinary. I've never had many more games downloaded or installed on Xbox before. Many of those are fairly small in terms of its drive, the drive specs and the size, and all of them can be played really instantly. But then I have some really heavyweights like A Plague Tale and Fallout 76 and Destiny, the games that occupy a lot of space. So quite a good combination of the two. But what I'm trying to say is it's very, very interesting to combine those games which are of a different type, because I even forgot how much I enjoyed puzzlers in the past, particularly in the 90s. We had very many of these. You will remember the games like Gabriel Knight and Broken Mirror, which were really very, very popular, and Broken Mirror for me was definitely one of the best and most highly recommended to everyone. Still, if you can get it on GOG, you can just download and play it on your PC. Really absolutely terrific. But we have very many of similar titles which appear to be, I guess, produced in a way which is a bit of the old school, belonging to the older generation of games, but the content is incredible. When you're looking for something, playing Agatha Christie games with Hector Poirot or anyone else, Sherlock Holmes, a couple of games. Well, actually I'm stretching it. Sherlock Holmes is more of an adventure game with full-blown graphics, but the style would be of an investigative kind. You are collecting inventory and examining the scene in order to pick up different pieces, and that's very, very enjoyable. It requires lots of psychic muscles. You need to be thinking and combining so that is very appreciated. And I had a very good beginning of my day today just by strolling, and I'm still failing to cover all the games that I've downloaded. It's really taking me a long while. 75 demos I downloaded in the summer and still haven't gone through them all. But that's because I really wanted to complete them rather than just have a quick look. Demos are not particularly long. So that's the way it's been for me. And I can certainly say I'm loving my new Sony Bravia setup. All the games look absolutely phenomenal. Wonderful color toning, fantastic illumination, beautiful contrast, everything like we wanted to have. I never had a better setup for my gaming before. To tell you the truth, for more than 10 years, 15 years I think, I played games on through my projector, and I have also a Sony projector, which is very good. It was a professional Sony cinema projector LCD that was extremely expensive when it came out, but I managed to get it on a good price in due course, and I had everything wired up to the projector. The difference is the games I've seen on today are really quite brightly illuminated, and they pay a lot of attention to detail, like with 4K resolution, or the games which are already enhanced for next gen. On the older projectors you will not get that degree of illumination, so the image is massive and very engaging, but it's not as bright, and there is a mismatch. I think initially when I played PlayStation 2 and 3 games and 360 games on it, there wasn't such a big discrepancy, but today there is. So therefore I upgraded to Bravia, and I feel I've done really the best possible thing imaginable, both for viewings of my DVD and Blu-ray titles as well as everything else that I've got here on consoles. And obviously I can plug in my PC, but I'm at the moment not doing anything on the PC, and mainly I'm doing the games on consoles and Android. It's the ease of use and everything else, So right, so today we are coming to the first day of the new season in Destiny 2. This season happens just once a year. It's called Season of the Lost, right? You probably would have done it during the last couple of years, and we've had a couple of our friends popping in yesterday saying, yeah, we actually are going to be doing it yet again. And you'll get some pinnacle weapons right at the end if you complete all the tasks that you get from Ava Levant. And I think the weapons that we are getting will have some tweaks. So although they are the same weapons, there will be some extra perks, or there will be some difference somewhere. So for anyone who's a dedicated collector, completionist, a hardcore fan, this is definitely a very good way forward. And the first thing that you notice when you get to the tower, that the tower has been beautifully decorated. It looks fantastic, and I really always loved the seasonal content and the weeks through which we were collecting the bounties and completing the tasks, because the whole of our home there looked really wonderfully decorated, and that made a very big difference for me, be it for the Christmas time or Easter, or indeed for this season. And we are going to be then doing quite a few things at once. So we'll have seasonal content before the emergence of Beyond Light on the 10th of November, so it's almost a month, 4 weeks in total. And then we'll do some quests which have been left over from our initial gameplay on Destiny to New Light, and we'll really have to be completing all the tasks which are aligned with those planets that will disappear on the 10th of November. We know that they'll be vaulted, so there's been a lot of speculation online about how this is going to work, which is obviously unsurprising. And I read Forbes and Games Informer and all the other, Push Square, all the other online hubs, in order to get a flavor of what the industry is thinking, particularly the top-notch writers. And everyone's a bit mesmerized, a bit curious, a bit questioning everything, and they're wondering how this is going to work. Well, we personally will not be able to provide you with an answer. This is all new territory, it's unknown, but I think Bungie will come up with something. There will be a kind of system that will provide us with some novelties, and I'm quite certain that the content is not going to be wiped. It will be somewhere for us to access. Don't forget, if they were to prevent us from accessing, they could face a very serious litigation in courts, because millions and millions of people worldwide have paid for the content, and the courts will be obliged to uphold the consumer's rights. So it's actually a non-starter to say that you simply can't be accessing these because of people did pay quite a few hundreds of pounds for the content as it stands today. So we go back 3 years, and they will have a fully justifiable right to ask and request for some of that content to come back in some other shape or form. I think it's likely that due to the way the space is used on the servers, they will provide access through a separate server. It's very likely, and then we'll be able to access it separately rather than within the ever-evolving world. Could be run as Destiny Archive, Destiny History, or simply Destiny the Vault, right? It's always open to suggestions, and what I'd like to ask my community members and everyone worldwide watching my streams on various platforms, please, if you're a hardcore dedicated Destiny veteran, you have got to write to Microsoft and to Bungie, right? Direct it to the executive team. So write the game director, right? Or the game producer or the executive team at Bungie, and jot down a few words as to why you think that the content will have to be accessible, and suggest Destiny Archives or Destiny the Vault that is on a separate server, Destiny History, name it as you like, for them to know that all of us, the Destiny veterans, we do not want absolutely any of the content to be lost, right? Even if we hated it, we've seen some content that was not particularly digestible, and I've come across a few bits that I didn't like. I personally didn't like the way the overall background was created for those planets once the game came out, and it's so significantly different when you play Shadowkeep and then you go to Nexus or you go to IO. You can really tell that the characters are phenomenally well developed. They kind of illuminated, they shine on you, and the background is really poor, like literally like second rate, and that needs to change. They will need to rework, remaster the background and bring it to the level like what we've seen with the Master Chief Collection. And the Master Chief Collection, in fact, if you do the trilogy, the remastered, reworked versions will really kind of align you with Destiny, because the world that you're exploring is very similar visually to Destiny 1, right? And not sure what engines they use, but it was definitely a lot of work spent on this. It's funny, as lots of Halo veterans said, well, it's great, but we much prefer playing it the old way. It's obvious. They've spent many hundreds of hours doing it the old way on the original Xbox console. But just as you click Options button, just as you click it, you are changing the mode. So it's so easy to switch from one to another. It's a pure miracle that this is made possible. And I really enjoyed the Master Chief Collection. I think it's probably one of the most complex, the most complete editions of any game ever released. So anyone who's a Halo fan, you have got to be able to either have it or play it on Xbox Game Pass, because it's unique. There isn't any other version of any other game like that. And also what's particularly good is for the old generation Halo gamers, they can all access their old user IDs on the PC, and everything has been reworked and reactivated, and therefore the old PvP gaming that was very, very popular in the noughties is back, and we can all engage with our old friends, provided they still kept their user IDs. And it is very likely that the vast majority of Halo veterans indeed did. I must admit that very many also migrated to Destiny, so you will have within the Destiny veteran community, particularly if you're talking about the somewhat bit more of a mature gamer participant, you will have a very large number of people who were starting out on Halo. And one of those gamers of younger generation, a very well-known streamer on Twitch and Mixer, what's his name, Tyler Blevins, in other words, Ninja, was cutting his teeth on Halo when he was a child. He played Halo right from the start, and he became one of the best Halo PvP players on the planet, mastered every single bit, and definitely still remains one of the most dedicated Halo veterans of all times. So if you have any questions, you can just send them to him and his wife, who is his manager. I'm sure they'll be very, very glad to respond. And Halo still remains one of those outstanding games that we all want to be playing for many, many months, days, months and years ahead of us. Right, so without further ado, we have a shorter session today. We'll be wrapping up around 6, and we'll just crack on with some heavy going activity. Perhaps today we are not going to be doing the altars. I need to see, no, actually we need to do the altars because of the quest. We are doing Eris's quest for Deathbringer, and that needs to be completed, so I think that is likely to be our first thing today. And then we'll crack on with some seasonal content. And yes, it's there is such variety and there's so much to enjoy. I really don't understand those people who are saying that Destiny 2 is much worse than the original. They obviously have not grown together with the seasons. They've not grown with us during the year 2 and 3. And I think those statements and opinions are, I guess, somewhat, maybe slightly off mark. Everyone can prefer one game to another, but I guess the major difference is in the way the content is offered. In here we have something for everyone, whilst Destiny 1 was not quite like that. It was fairly straightforward in terms of the overall community-based activity being streamlined from the word go, and that indeed is, and it does remain, its greatest strength. I've had some of the best community-based times ever whilst we were doing the streams here for Destiny 1. They remain really absolutely top-notch, kind of human encounter experiences. They'll stay with me forever. I made so many new friends, I met so many new people from worldwide who were absolutely dedicated to the game and were always ready to pop in, help out, teach myself and others on what to do. And in about 3 or 4 months I gained the skills that previously people would have been cutting their teeth on for several years, and got to know a lot about Destiny. Still, I'm not a gamer who is dedicated just to one world, to know every single detail, and for obvious reasons I play lots of different games, but my knowledge on Destiny had exponentially been rising, and all of that is just thanks to our community members. I absolutely adored and admired their input. We've had many matches every single day, and we play lots of nightfalls and strikes and PvPs and all sorts. I will bring back Destiny 1 to the channel, but presently, in view of all of the development with the sequel and particularly with the release of Beyond Light, which is going to be a milestone really in the area of Destiny RPG development and all else that we've been doing, we really are focusing on Destiny 2. And I'd say most importantly, I've been given the status of the founding member of xCloud community because we were testing it for 6 months prior to its beta and current accessibility, and I really want to see how Destiny will work on xCloud. So that is one of the reasons as to why we are going to be hammering it, and we want first of all wishing the very best of success for Destiny to be absolutely top-notch on various platforms. We also want to see Destiny cross-platform so that everybody can be accessing our world from any device they possess, and in addition to that we'll be able to play it on any device, meaning we could do it on an Android or tablet or mobile phone, hopefully in the near future on iOS systems, which is of Apple's, their iPads and iPhones, and therefore the community will be just much bigger, growing and providing us with many more interesting hours of connectivity and interaction with many other gamers worldwide. So that's the reason, right? And that's why we are doing it. This is what we're going to carry on. I'm also particularly excited to see that Destiny is now being tied to the release of the new console, so it's similar to what we've had with Halo Combat Evolved in 2002. And I think the thinking behind it was very much aligned with the original experience. Whether Beyond Light and Destiny overall is going to live up to that experience and expectations is fast to see. But on the other hand, there may be rewards and gifts and niceties coming in, maybe special editions, maybe some ultimates, maybe some figurines. I think the scope for adventures and for surprises is certainly very, very great, and I'm very much looking forward to all that is to follow. So we want really to be fully part of the process. First of all, we want to be involved with the release of the new console. Secondly, that also applies to PlayStation 5, but I think presently I'm a bit more aligned to Xbox. Because of all the services, the magnitude of everything that is on offer, PlayStation is lagging behind, I'm afraid. Although the console is going to be fantastic, the graphics are going to be second to none, but everything else which is community based and online connectivity based is lagging. It's not there. I love the app, but it doesn't have the same degree of interactivity. It is not properly integrated with the console compared to Xbox. If you are having a good match, let's say in Apex or PUBG, Call of Duty Warzone, I assure you, you will get many dozens of people coming in quickly and connecting with you through the app and to the console at the same time. They'll see your activity on the regular feed, if you are getting achievements, if you are, because it's automated, or if you are taking lots of screenshots, and they will approach you. You'll suddenly, from maybe 10 friends, have the exponential rise to about 500. PvP games are the most popular. People want to hook up and share their experiences, and that is if these games are the best for all of us or all of you. To put it in other words, who want to be building their own communities online. And in addition to that, you will need to have Instagram and your Twitch and integrate this, and then the guys could see what you're posting, what you're doing, and etc. etc. PvP is very much about connecting, joining forces with other guys, and also at the same time we have one smaller group of people who are highly competitive. So if you get any of those guys, just make sure that they are really top-notch competitive players, people who are pleasant, attentive and kind, and who never cause any trouble, compared to the ones who are like, one-hit wonder, wanted to be a big shot overnight and then tormenting everyone else with their pressures and annoyances, something that we all want to avoid at all costs. Right, so we've come to, just a couple of more things I want to tell you. I think it is on the 29th of October that we'll get one of the most exciting games of this generation, and that is Watch Dogs Legion. I watched some vidocs today released on Xbox, and they've been telling us all about the structure and the in-game mechanics. You will know from previous vidocs that Watch Dogs Legion is going to be quite unique in terms of the customization and also your ability to select any character whom you meet in the game. Whether this is going to work 100% on PvE or not, I'm not sure, but they did introduce today a new PvP mode where that is going to be entirely possible, because don't forget, with the PvP mode, everyone walking will be a person, right? So it means that they will have already that customization applied, and I'm very, very excited. I mean, first of all, because as a Londoner, I really want to see my city in that beautiful illuminated light, as we've already seen it on some of the trailers. I'm very curious to discover some of my favorite spots. I want to see what they look like in the game. I want to be driving, coming to my doorstep, my old home, which is Alexandra Palace, and this is what I've done previously also with a couple of other games, but this one is much superior on the graphics front. And I'm very curious about this selection procedure, how this is going to work, because anybody coming into the game will be then selected by somebody else, and you do different kinds of things together. So definitely very, very novel, very exciting concept, maybe overly ambitious, and I just simply pray that there will be no technical issues, because I think people cotton on rather quickly. It is new and very exciting. The game also looks very bright. It is absolutely perfectly blending in with other Ubisoft releases, and very, very exciting times ahead. So I just want to ask all of my viewers on various platforms and community members to have a look at the vidoc that was released today, and it's accessible through Xbox channel on YouTube. It's only a few minutes long, but if you are even more interested, or it sort of tickles your curiosity, you can head to Ubisoft, and they have some more expansive descriptions and videos in there. So really, really looking forward to this, and just wanted to make sure that the game was under the spotlight, that everybody is getting ready for it. They threw in Hyperspace, another PvP Battle Royale game, as well recently. I've not tried it yet, I've got it already on my console. And also we have, what is it called, the other game, bear with me. Rogue Company, I keep forgetting. Rogue Company is another PvP game, and appears to be very, very popular. It was originally sold, but now it is available free of charge, which is the new business model that some of the developers are using at present, and I'm very glad to see that it's available free of charge. I noticed that yesterday and downloaded it straight away. Not tried it yet, but yet again we'll have a group of very exciting looking characters who are battling it out in there in a PvP arena. So lots of games for us to enjoy prior to the release of the new console. I should say consoles, PS5 and Xbox Project X included, as well as S. And for us, the Destiny veterans, it is exciting really that we can re-engage with Ava Levant, crack on with Festival of the Lost, and that really kicked off last night at 6 o'clock PM. I received some messages of support, and literally at 1800 there was a message coming in through Bungie servers telling me that the festival had started, and we were about to finish the session, therefore we didn't try it yesterday, but we'll do so today, and you will see the entire locality that we use as our base, our home. The tower is beautifully decorated with Ava standing there in the very middle of it and providing us with all of those quests. So without further ado, that's exactly what we'll entertain today. So Warlock Human Male, DRBMiller it will be. First of all, we'll go to the tower to make sure that everything is sorted, and we want to talk to Ava as well. A Festival of Masks. Speak with Ava Levant at the tower. We got that milestone yesterday at 1800 hours, 1800 exact. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it? We've had some messages popping in during the week, people asking us when is the weekly reset exactly, because a lot of people get confused when they read on Bungie pages it starts at 10 o'clock AM, but actually that's referring to 10 o'clock Pacific, right? So that is on the west coast. That is not the UK, British Summer Time, or indeed the European Central Time, so CT as we know it. And it is always at 1800 hours on Tuesday. See, I got it all wrong. 1800 hours UK time and 1900 hours European time. So if you are on the mainland, it will be at 7 o'clock PM in plain English and 6 o'clock PM in Britain. So remember that. You're not going to be getting the content or the reset earlier in the day if you are based in Europe or in the UK. Okay, fine. So we are ready to go to Ava. BSD CET would be these abbreviations, but people sometimes say, what's that? We don't understand. So we make it easy for everyone. Look at the ship. It does have that coat of arms that used to belong to Talon, and I've been wearing it for quite some time, and I picked up also a wonderful chest piece. So I'll show you what the chest piece looks like. I'm not wearing it today, but I've got it in my inventory, and it has exactly the same coat of arms. There it is. It is called Ego Talon 4. It's part of the overall full armor, so if you're interested you can pick it up and you can wear it together with everything else. And as you can see, it's already been modified. I have several good mods on it: prize shooting, enhanced and flinching rifle aim. I have sword reserves, which gives me extra sword ammunition, very useful if you're doing the escalation protocol and Altars of Sorrows. And then we have also here Dreambane mod. Dreambane is a mod that is blending in with our present top-notch armor given to us by Ares. It's part of Shadowkeep, so if you want to be hammering Shadowkeep content before the release of the new DLC, probably the best to just keep it on. But this is not our Dreambane chest piece. This is the piece that's called Ego Talon the 4th, right? So look at it. It looks absolutely beautiful, absolutely wonderful. And the coat of arms that you've got here on the chest piece is also present here on my ship, as you could see. All looking very, very good. I welcome you all if you joined us after we already kicked off earlier today. There's been just my introduction. We've had no in-game activity. On my channel I usually have an introduction that lasts between 45 and 60 minutes, and then we always crack on with some interesting hectic gameplay. I have to say, in recent weeks we did not have many of our community veterans popping in. One of the reasons is not many of them have Xbox. The vast majority are on PlayStation, and I always recommend to everyone to basically acquire both consoles. It makes it much easier for everyone to participate, and specifically in the near future where the vast majority of the games will be cross-platform, it will make it very, very easy to switch. Look at this. Isn't this absolutely wonderful, beautiful and terrific? I love it. I just have to wait for that lag to disappear because all the other characters are invisible. Can you see that? And obviously, as the season is now in full swing, we have many more people here in the tower. So I'd say that the tower looks pretty full. I'll just wait. Well, actually, I will not wait. I'll go and do some admin whilst the lag gets sorted out. The lag and delays are very severe on Xbox Game Pass. I have to admit that's been of concern to me, and we did see when we compare the game on the Game Pass to the previous version, it is taking up a lot more space, and it is really very, very slow. The loading periods are particularly lengthy. Essence of Obscurity, picked it up. Just to clarify, with the essences, these are like your repeat tasks, and you will get weapons which are on a different role if you are consistently doing them. But principally for Shadowkeep, the best thing to do is just to do them like the first run initially, and you complete everything, and then at a later stage where you have nothing else to do, you complete all the quests. You can be doing those kind of repeat activities. Some of the activities from Shadowkeep are also blending in with the quests for pinnacle weapons and for some of the other additional side quests and tasks. In fact, I've done the strike on the moon already about 20 or 30 times, which in fact felt a bit repetitive, I have to admit, but also quite enjoyable because every single time I played with a different group of people, and it felt like a different match. And it was only yesterday that I was slotted in with a couple of randoms where these guys were not doing like a speed run, and I was able to see the strike literally back to back for the first time, and I played like more than 30 times, because previously it was just like zoom, you're joining the other guys and they were just legging it and racing. And we have Lucio in here. Hello Lucio, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us. And Lucio says one of the Halloween auto rifles looks really good. Well, they really have beautiful designs, and Captain Jack told us yesterday that I think there is a different role on some of them. So if people are going to be grinding for some of the weapons, and particularly if they completed those seasons already during the last couple of years, there will be some tweaks, but the weapon is going to be still the same. Considering the season takes place once a year, it's all well and fine to be reacquainting, I mean, anyone, how to put it, those people who are doing just the Crucible or just Gambit, like one activity, they will find that to be a bit, yet again we're doing the same thing. But that's because they're not engaging with the diversity, with the variety that is on offer in here. And I think that could feel sometimes then for them somewhat repetitive. I quite like the seasons that take place once a year, where you are being brought back to the same activity for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, and in the meantime you already tried all the other things. Well, to tell you the truth, I did speak to some of our hardcore veterans, people who really completed everything in both the original game and the sequel, and they said, well, we sort of divorced a bit from Destiny. We are doing some other games at the moment. And I said, well, what's the reason for that? Well, they said, first of all, we believed that we had completed most of the things which we really wanted to have. And secondly, because it has the concept which is never ending, we are being sucked into yet more activity that we already completed previously, and we keep doing it again and again. It's very lengthy. Once, person who's a completionist, once he picks up a bounty or one of the essences, he will want to complete it, and it will take him like hours or days, in fact. And therefore they said, well, we'll just wait for the new content and then we'll come back, which was surprising. I thought this was an experience that I didn't expect, but on the other hand, it is fully understandable. And it's interesting. I can certainly tell you, probably between half dozen and dozen of some of our regulars, people who did everything from the beginning, they kind of confessed, indicating that they'll pop in on Tuesday night and they'll have a look at the new things, the reset, and then maybe do bits and pieces here and there, and then do some other games. And that is actually of concern. I think I will voice that feedback to Bungie, because that indicates that people who previously would have been always connected to the game feel that within a period of, what is it now, 7 years altogether, Destiny progressing to the year 7, they're finding it a bit, I'm not going to say repetitive, they're finding their dedication to be a bit overbearing, and they will be wanting either new content or new activities, which tells you the shelf life may well be dependent on the quality content. But also, on the other hand, it will be dependent on what types of mates you bring in order to play the game. For a solitary gamer who does missions by himself, this will be an issue. For somebody who has, let's say, half dozen teams created and fully on board, it will never be an issue, because every time you do certain activities with other guys, it is a new activity, right? It's like a new thing. So, let me have a look at all else. I'm quite curious about these masks and other things that you're saying. And bear with me, need to have a sip of my drink. Need to make another cup of tea, so bear with me.
Eververse isn't just a title, it's a family philosophy. Always another mile, and forever another tomorrow.
Not possible. Hi again.
Right, my friends, I apologize. I just definitely needed that new tea. And I'll carry on as usual. We'll have a look at the inventory. We'll do everything else. Bear with me.
Bad noise.
No word from Fenchurch today. He must have found some.
Be very careful not to get my throat into a position where it's like really overstrained, and sometimes it does happen when one is talking my hot drink near me. So let me. We'll go to the vault. Everything is beautifully decorated, as you can see. We'll take a couple of nice screenshots. We'll give them to everyone on Xbox Live. Right, so let's see, we've got plenty of weapons in there that can go into the vault. Blasphemer is there, okay. Tranquility, Lullaby, okay, Enigma's Draw can go in. Okay, we'll infuse this, I think. Lonesome, put in the vault. And this one we'll use on Cerberus. This will work well. Cerberus is 1014 now. Get rid of that unnecessary piece of equipment. Then we look at our secondary. Sniper rifle posted is a very good sniper rifle. Dreambreaker, it's a very good weapon as well. Truth Teller we'll put in, and our secondary is 1011. Okay, so that's not really strong enough. Non-echo fusion rifle, put this in the vault. Any weapons that you really want to keep forever, right, and particularly the top-notch reward weapons, you must lock. So when you look at this weapon in here, right, Dreambreaker, it's a very good fusion rifle, very powerful. I locked it. So let's say if I wanted to delete, right, I want to press that X, and it is not going to delete. So it prevents any form of accidental erasure, right? And we have the weapon locked, and we need to do the separate thing in order to unlock it. So that's very, very useful. I had sometimes messages saying, due to the lag, the unwanted weapon, the unwanted deletion occurred, and they'd be like deleting the weapon like this, and suddenly because of the lag it wouldn't register, and then suddenly bang bang, 2 weapons would be gone. So lock your weapons, remember that, very, very important, and that will help you succeed in a long term. Okay, so these are some weapons that we don't need. I always make sure, you see this, Eagle Talon, this is a helmet that is to be blending in together with that chest piece that I looks beautiful, but we'll stash it. We are not going to be using it at the moment. We'll get an exotic helmet, I think, later from Ares once we completed all the quests. So Eagle Talon goes in, and then cover. Also quite useful, quite pretty, and we'll put it in the vault. The other thing everyone needs to remember is do not keep in the vault the items that you will not be using. Always keep just one item that is of a particular power level. So don't keep 3 or 4 of Dreambane Hoods, or I don't know, 4 or 5 of Ion Soul. That has the highest power level. Everything else delete, and therefore ensure that 500 spaces is more than enough. My favorite helmet actually is Astrocyte Verse. Don't know whether you've seen it, but I really love it. I love it for the purpose of with its design. It looks like the entire Destiny universe is inside it. It's like the universe inside. I really love it. And also it's a powerful with other things that we can equip, and the energy needs to be upgraded to, well, I have to be using enhancement cores eventually to level, but I've been before reaching the maximum power level, so there hasn't been a need. This helmet I really like as well, and that's Felwinter's helm. Don't know if you guys used it, but it looks awesome, and also once properly modified it does have some really good perks. I've got Pulse, so that helps me to find ammunition easy. Scattered targeting, very useful, as well as spray. So glimmer when using that one, if you need glimmer. And glimmer is very useful for all sorts of activities. And actually, I'll take a screenshot of it. I really like it. Okay, so I think that's probably sorted. Don't need to worry about these. Hold fast them in. and then we'll have Ego Talon, Hold Fast, Beyond. Just a second. Ego Talon, Fast, Beyond. Okay, these ones we'll all put in the vault. We don't want any of these. Dreambane is 12, this one is 13. So, you know, I'm getting the Ego Talon here on my arm together with the other, which is on my ship. Eventually we'll equip Ego Talon chest piece as well, but presently I have everything here, which is Dreambane. Okay, so the boots are sorted, that's all sorted, all done and dusted. We are now ready to depart. We need to go to the moon, but before then we need to talk to Ava, because like I said earlier, the season had started today and we want to have a couple of good screens. So let's just position ourselves nicely, prettily, with everyone there. We got all of that congestion. Nevertheless, we'll take the screenshot. And do it again, come closer to A like that. Yep. And now we can talk to her.
There's a lot we can do.
Purpose. Welcome, welcome, Ava says with a smile. Though it's clear the normal cheer in eyes is somewhat diminished and auspicious, but what time is more important to remember those who have passed than in the face of impending loss. The sacrifices of those who came before us allow us to all the more important that we acknowledge them. I know it's beyond belief out there, I know people are scared, but fear is normal. Fear is a human reaction. We'll be brave. That's part of what the masks of the festival show us. We can be strong on the outside even if we are frightened. Basically, we need to speak first of all to Ava, and that is what we are going to be doing first. Wearing masks. Ominous tidings for the attention. She smiles through it, wearing a mask of quiet confidence. Why festivities? We can all find a little strength in them. And normally I'd leave it at that, but we received a rather generous shipment of essentials. All of the people, the spider, the scoundrel baron of the Tangled Shore. Keeping in line with his reputation, he called it an investment rather than a gift, but he said he'd only relay it to his favorite associate. Would you be a dear and see what if we stay on his good side? We've done a lot of chasings and activities with the spider and teas and activities, so it'd be very, very good to revisit. I've not been there now for a while. Last year we've had a few of those, but in the course of this year I don't think I'll see. Let me see. Masquerader's Hood is a festival mask, 1017 Void, so we can choose between Arc, Solar and Void. I'll choose Void. So let me see, mobility, exactly the same. We set for exactly. Pick this up, and then we have these bounties, and also there's a quest step to do with the spider. So, you know, I actually stand corrected. My Dreambane Hood's locked, so I don't have to worry about it. We'll put Masquerader's Hood. Okay. Then we'll go and modify it. And it's, well, that's terrific. That really is. It's extra glimmer, discipline. Discipline we want. Just a second. No, that increased recovery. Okay. Increased resilience and concussive damper. That's quite good. I've not tried that mod before. Empty mods. We have primary ammunition and targeting. And the last one will be energetic. These perks are active only inside the haunted forest. Okay. Significant damage resistance while airborne, significant increased damage to all enemies. Okay. Significant increased damage. Vampiric Touch! I'm turning into a vampire. Do you see that? I use that one. Increased damage to challenging enemies. Precision kills trigger health regeneration. Increases the drop chance of heavy. And we need to pick up some consumables before I forget. So we'll go and pick up all the Matsui ones. We'll pick up Matte glass lens. Take that. Then we'll take this one as well. As you can see, we are also in Finest matte weave. It's for necropolis, mod components. That rainmaker, I think. And that's plenty. So I'm not forgetting it this time. Right, so now we are picking up some of the bounty. Before I do the bounties I can get rid of, because we'll be really looking at the bounties from Ava today. This one we don't want. Maybe. Bow. I'm not hunting anyone with bows. And then automatic rifle. Finisher. Okay. Essence of obscurity. Yeah, I've done that already. Essence of jealousy as well. We probably can complete that essence of jealousy. Okay, so in here we have Bounty of the Forest, Mars Remembrance, Mars Gunner.
Nice.
Okay, this is a Mars. The first one is collect Haunted Forest. We'll get Haunted Forest. Haunted Forest to collect chocolate strange coins. Okay. Complete hero during a festival of the Lost Mask. Okay. Complete. Okay. Fine. Defeat weapons with grenades while wearing a. Okay. Enemies auto rifles for wearing a festival. Okay. Fine. So that's all nice and easy. That's very easy for us. And bonus bounties to see what they want. Okay, I've seen these. Story mission. Solar damage. Okay, so that I need to equip. And then kinetic weapons. That's all good. It's all going to be in the Haunted Forest, of course. Trying to think whether there's anything else to do. I think we'll just go to the moon and we'll complete the bounty that we've had, well, the quest that was left over from yesterday. So we need to do defeat nightmares in Sorrow's Harbour. Yeah, it's just been reset. That's what it is. Memory quest completed. Well, we've got so many of these that we can be kept very, very busy now for a few days. There we are. With Ares as well, and then we'll crack on.
fight continues. Don't die. Shadows surround us, Guardian. Speak. The truth is here, Warlock. Right in front of you. You must see it.
There we are. I apologize for this delay. I had some messages coming in which I was responding. People watch my stream on various platforms, so you know the messages come in from all sorts of ends, and it's not just on Twitch. There we are. We've seen yesterday that Eris also has something for us, so we'll have to combine activities today, and I think we probably will do Eris first. And let me see, we need to liberate space in there. Bear with me, destination quests. We'll just get rid of one of those bounties that we don't really want, which will be this one. And then we'll pick it up. Memory of Veltalo. Veltalo was one of the strongest Titans I've ever known, a member of the Pilgrim Guard, but even his light was smothered by the waves of thrall that rushed beneath the surface of the moon. He underestimated them, and he paid the price. So reclaim the true memory of Veltalo for Eris Moon. Begin by completing an active replayable story mission on the moon, so maybe we'll do that first. Pay little attention, Whispers in the Dark. Pay little attention to the false equivalencies within these messages. They seek to use familiarity to lead us into the dark recesses of our minds. Do not misunderstand, these are certainly fascinating places to explore, but we do so at the risk of giving ourselves to something without the best interest at heart. Press accept to receive a mysterious transmission. The flower game, these are the rules of the game, it said there, so okay. So we need to see now the quests and see what we've been. A mysterious transmission will probably pop up on the map. Okay, so that is what we'll do. Festival of Masks. Need to visit Spider. And the Tangled Shore. Okay, so we have 3 of these. But really, Symphony of Death is the first one I want to be doing, my friends, because that's a leftover since yesterday. And defeat base combatants to record discomfort, defeat elites and mini-bosses to record pain, defeat bosses and other guardians. So that really is literally the best activity for that is Altars of Sorrow here. on the moon, and we'll do this immediately. Just need to sort out my weapons so that we've got the best weapons for the activity. Let me just have a look. Snipers are not really useful in there, I have to admit. And Cerberus is good, and then what else? Submachine gun every waking moment. Fusion rifle, yeah, this one's very good. Okay, we'll put that fusion rifle on. And then Steel Sybil is 1016, well, we'll keep that one on as well. So 1014, 1013,
You have traveled through darkness to speak with me.
1016. Yeah, we need to increase that one, it's 1013, and this one as well. Right, okay, doesn't matter, that's all good. I just want to see what this is all sorted with mods.
Vanished.
Don't worry about these. There was nothing in here, I don't think, with the lectern. Faster collect. No. Okay, so that's good. And then we'll see.
In times of crisis, Ariana was a soothing voice. If only she were still with us.
I want to quickly see where is this mysterious transmission. I'm curious about that.
The city's walls are not sheltered.
Fleet Nightmares in Soros Harbor. Fair enough, we'll get that. Memory quest completed. Luna's calling, okay.
Use Anor's decryption key.
So that's the replayable story mission. Okay. So we'll go to the Soros Harbor first. We'll do some alters. We are sorted with our kit, so it's all good. Just get ready for some fierce action. Plenty of bosses, mini bosses, waves of enemies, and hopefully we'll have a good team defeating the enemies together with us as well. I'm really sorry I switched my mic off. I was just saying that we picked up some candy, and the candy was for our Ava's tasks. All of those are mask related. We need to collect as many candies as possible, so quite good to see that one of those has already been detected and placed in inventory. Okay. More candy. Well, we can hammer the activity in here for all the candies of this world. No, I don't see any of these guys in there, I'm afraid. Okay, so it looks like some of those will be here. The second Niger got me. Boo. Taught a lesson. Well, the other guys are not defeating. The other guys are not defeating the nightmares, so we are losing this. There, lost already. Looks like the other guys were not interested in doing the altars, but by saying this, if we look at what I've got, we're going up the ladder with our quests in here. More candy. So let's see. The bounty's in there. Grenade kills were successful. I see candies need to be collected in haunted forests, right? Fair enough. So these candies will not be counting. Mind you, I should have them in my consumables then, right? Think. Alright. $10 lots. Yeah, be able to purchase some exclusive rewards from Ava. Okay. Don't have that many people joining us in here, which is always of concern. You need at least half dozen to do together with you. was defeated, so that's good. So we have plenty of time to defeat the last one. Right, so we passed the first lot. Very important to collect everything that's dropped if you're doing the seasons. Remember that. Someone pushed me. That's annoying. Where is that nightmare? Where is he? Oh, there! Did we get him? We did. Okay. He was just about to get away, wasn't he? Loads of orbs and... What was that? Exploding thrall killed me. Boo! Hate this exploding thralls. The noise in here is deafening. But you know what? Doesn't matter really. Our friends were able to complete this. And unlike them, I'll collect all of my candies. Need them all. Where you can see this glowing blue light. Using the guillotine, isn't he? Which is really good, similar to our favorite weapon in Destiny 1, namely the Dark Drinker. Candy! See how powerful our team is. They're destroying all the enemies soon before they got there. That's very powerful, honestly. It's just everyone's gone immediately. looks like we'll complete the exotic quest really in no time, so I'm happy. At least we're not getting a lot of lag on our stream, so that's something. More money in here. I'm rich. We need to defeat those nightmares. Come on, where are the nightmares? There. We're all jumping. We're all jumping. With our sword. Well, you're destroying my kills there even before I could get to him. Well, that was close. We need to hurry up. I didn't see that this was a thrall, I thought it was one other. Okay, one more. Why are we TF4? Okay. Plenty of time. We're doing really well in here. Some of the guys are really legging it in here, but we need to get now to another altar. Hang on, where is it? There. Where on earth did this thing go? Got him. That's good. Okay, 2 out of 8. It's been eliminated really fast. Two wizards, okay. We need to hurry up in here. Late. One last wizard. This was good. Six out of 8. Okay, so we're doing good. This one will do. Seven out of 8. And then 8 out of 8. Here we got me. Now we need to go to the final altar. Pain cries, okay. Pain cries is just 30%. So that must be the big bosses, right? What else? Tanix. need to hurry up in there. He's immune. Must have sneaked in from behind me, I didn't see him. 27 seconds, come on. What about the rest? He is really... We lost, of course, because not many enough people were attacking the boss. I don't know what the idea is behind it. What's the idea behind departure? I mean, I don't understand. You get to the tier 6 and you don't want to be eliminating the boss, and they've all gone elsewhere. Really, I don't get it. I've seen it so many times. No, we are going to fail. We are not doing it as a team. No, we didn't make it. We didn't make it. So what's Pain Cries? What is Pain Cries? Defeat elites and mini-bosses to record pain. Elites and mini-bosses. Right. Sorrowful ending. Excuse me. Elites and mini bosses. I mean, who are these? So what happened to my super? Why didn't it die? Nah. Really odd.
lost.
Wow. He got me there, unfortunately. Where's the relic? Ah, Oiga. Where on earth was that Oiga? Still tier 3. Looks like I'm not getting my quest completed in there for some reason. Don't know why. Oh yeah, I did actually get now 35. Don't know what enemies I need to kill in order to complete that section. Oh, season rank up, so I'll be getting some rewards. That's very good. Just remember that I did not decoy my engrams. Doesn't matter, they will not be lost. Well, that's extraordinary, but we need to defeat these wizards now. So, what's the reason for that? Must be that poisonous gas. Can't think of anything else. Another nightmare. Where is he? There. Okay. Ah, go away. Snatch my kill in there. Seven out of 7, but let's hope that the whole team's gonna be fully switched on when they get to tier 6, because for the last round everyone just disappeared. I don't get it really, because you won level 6, don't you? Olga hit me from the rear. Boo. So that should be it. We should be really getting to the last altar. There we are. So that's what it is. Well, he's a lot harder to defeat than one of the Zeugas, you know. But the Gate Lord is the hardest amongst the ones that are tackled, I think. Again, we don't have 9 people, there's about 4 people in there. So I guess most people are just in the quest and then they just bail, irrespective of what other people are doing, you know. This wretched gas. I was gonna revive him and I'll be offending again. Because everyone bailed by the looks of it. Yeah. That's too bad, really. Error of judgment. Sneaking in from behind and seeing really properly. Are we gonna fail because the other guy's bailed? It's only about 2 or 3 of us. There's no way we can do anything. Where is that nightmare? Out of 8. Wizards. Still immune. Again, that troll, go away. Fight of 8. We need to seriously hurry up. God, that Olga was taking some pills, wasn't he? Mm, 7 out of 8, one more. Keep my super for that big boss. There. Right, so we better be ready and properly equipped to deal with the boss. Who is the boss going to be? Well, that's the question. Tanics again, okay. I think it's probably susceptible to a particular weapon. So if somebody has the most powerful weapon that he obviously is most vulnerable to, then you're getting the score. I think that's probably more likely. But it looks like we did manage to chisel off half of his life already, so that's not bad. Still 30%. Ah, this Sorga, wow. Thank you. It's finished, finally. So I picked up quite a lot of phantasmals. Not really particularly good rewards considering how difficult this was. Right, I'm gonna bail out of here. Those pain cries are not being rewarded at all, so I need to be looking for elites elsewhere. This is not working, but you know what, I need to take a short break as well. I am a bit hot in here and need to get a breath of fresh air, have a cup of tea, and carry on. Just go to the sanctuary. Oops. No, 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 no. Fell in the hole. Too bad. Sparrow. What's happening? What is happening to my Sparrow? Okay, so I'm curious, did this register? It did. Okay, so these are the mini bosses that we need to be destroying. Well, something for everyone, as one would say. Lots of different activities, and you know, they obviously wanted people to do different activities in various parts of a planet. So on the moon we need to go to different areas in order to complete. So that's the idea behind it. More than anything else. Come on, get off. Complete this and then we'll go ahead. There should be some better enemies down below. Let me see if I'll be fortunate, you never know. Can't believe that it's already 6 o'clock. Time flies, honestly, it's just crazy. It was a 49, 47. That's grindy. That is grindy. Look at this. Collect always all materials you can find anywhere. Remember that. Okay, we got in through this end. We need to find another way out. A scavenger, see one of those. Probably. Looks like we need to be gathering quite a few of these. Some of them are counting only 1%. So that means literally 100. It didn't work properly. Okay, so this was a bit better, 60%. That's good. Can just walk in and out of this area and then And these beasts are going to be respawning. And we are going to be getting our scores. I want to complete this quest. Is it Deathbringer? It's an exotic weapon that we'll get once completed. Just like our friend said, very grindy, very lengthy. Takes literally forever to complete. More loot, that's pretty good. Well, I was fortunate with these guys in there. They met us in large numbers. That really helped. 62%. He was counting only 1%, although he was a big, big beast. Alright, so let's go to another. Need to make a cup of tea. Bear with me, I'll be back in a second. Alright, my friends, I am refreshed. You know, the new setup that I have here, Sony Bravia TV with everything else, actually is replacing my heater. Like any other Sony equipment, it produces a lot of heat. So unless, you know, the room or the area where you are is constantly aired, it gets fairly hot. Well, it's dry air, dry hot air, and I can feel it sometimes. And I actually played selection of games prior to my broadcast today, which is somewhat unusual. I usually don't do that, and didn't really air room in between because there was no time. Today I had a late start, and therefore everything here became a bit congested. So I'm fully ready now to crack on with some more action. I think I'll extend my broadcast for an hour, because you know what, I want to really get some of those goodies. I want to complete the bounty. I want to really do some of the stuff for Ava as well, but I haven't touched it at all yet due to this lengthy grind. But I'll be as diligent as possible, follow the instructions given to us by our friend Captain Jack. He was providing me lots of tips on how to do certain things here, and he also did say that Destiny 2 Journey is one very, very lengthy grind. I don't know whether you guys played Warframe. Many people who play Destiny play also Warframe, and it does have a similar concept. So I'm quite curious if any of you actually played it. Then just let me know how you found it, because I've got it on my consoles and I have not entertained it as yet. Loads of games to be played in there. Could dedicate my whole life just to gameplay, but you know what? I would need somebody to sponsor the activity, and so far I have failed to attract any sponsorships. But nevertheless, I had attracted many other viewers and people who come to us from different platforms, and built a very, very good community of serious gamers, people who really kind of are passionate about this activity, and also very, very engaged on what games are all about. Connection and interactivity. That's the key. So I'm absolutely blessed and privileged to have been able to have such a great community of serious gamers on board. And very grateful to everyone's participation. I've got to say that quite a few of our Destiny 1 veterans, with the exception of maybe Captain Jack and Sniper King, and previously Matthias and a few other US friends, have not been popping in to Destiny 2 streams as frequently. But for the original game, there is a large group of people who will always come in and say hello. So therefore we'll bring it back, maybe just for an hour a day, just to get our friends together and, you know, to gather our thoughts and show a few kind of praises and appreciations of the original game. But I really also want to wait until Beyond Light comes out, as we are expecting several maps to be imported and several activities from the original game, most notably I think the Cosmodrome is to be fully present, and I'm quite curious to see how all of that is going to work. Well, the beginning of it was obviously with the moon coming back, and it's been completely reworked. It does feel like a different planet, and I'm getting lost all the time. When I'm doing some routes that previously I would have done many, many times, I get lost because there are lots of different buildings and corridors and all sorts introduced, and that's just basically what's slightly confusing. So let's hope that we are going to be able to complete this. 62. So there will be some mini bosses in the catacombs. We can just walk, stroll, get killed. Well, this is annoying because he's the one that I was after. Right. Well, instant death. Instant death. It's a bit dark, really. Catacombs are probably the darkest amongst all, but I adjusted my settings to be absolutely perfect. So this Paranoid needs to be immediately eliminated. He is so strong. There. And indeed he was. Full of bombs, rice cakes. We just found him, so that's we actually picked up really good loot in here. That's pretty good. Happy. I'm walking a circle. I think. Been here before, as you could see. Very odd when you can't see where you're going. Well, not really. I can see where I'm going, but the only trouble is I'm not sure exactly about the direction I need to be pursuing. And can't go through here. No, through here we can't go either. Left in there. No, I don't want to go up, I want to go down. Now just keep walking in circles. Keep walking in circles in here. I've been here, been there. Some of the enemies will be respawning in this area, so that's all good. Well, in this area, yes, but not in the hole. In the hole, nothing will respawn. Yeah, it's just a bit troubling that I can't see too well in here, so that's causing me some hiccups. I could make it brighter, but then I would ruin my overall quality resolution, you know, so I don't want to do that. It's just one area of the game. It's a bit darker than usual. Any ghastly beastlies anywhere? Well, I have to say that the enemies that they brought in with Shadowkeep are very much aligned with the original game compared to some of the other ones that we've seen on those planets that will be withdrawn. And I think thinking behind it is just to make one big Destiny universe that looks very much like the original game. And we know why. They've had so many messages from our communities indicating that they didn't really like a concept that was originally introduced, and people got to like it much better as the old concepts were brought back. So, one of those things, you know. We all are creatures of habit. That is the sheer fact. I certainly am. I'm getting tired of this. No heavy ammunition. Summoning pits. We can't go in there. Should be able to go in there. It's so good to be able to grapple. Honestly, it makes a world of difference. You're not getting any hostiles for some reason, I don't know why. Should be able to get some, but you know what, I'm a bit tired of this. We'll go to some other area. And I think we'll just go to Sanctuary and then take it from there. Maybe go to let's see, we'll go to... So laggy, look at this thing, Anchor of Light. What about our bounties and everything else? Did we get anything completed? We did actually, look at this. Defeat enemies with automatic rifles. Chocolate strange coin, very good. And then Master Bomber. Strange coin, currency as well, very good. $64. I mean, honestly, been grinding it for several hours. I thought that doing it in one area would do the job, but they cleverly put two things together so that you couldn't really do it just with one activity. With literally try out different things. You know what? I want to get. Gonna watch football later on. That's the fact. So sad to see that we are suffering from this absolutely dreadful, ghastly pandemic. But I have to say that I've arranged my life to be as enjoyable as possible. Organize my activities accordingly to be able to survive. Because being able to, being forced to remain indoors for so many months has been one of the greatest challenges of my life. Because I'm really an outdoorsy type of person. I combine office work or office type of work when you're seated with a lot of outdoors activities, but the vast majority of those simply had been put on an indefinite hold. Nobby. Please. Okay. What was it now? I forgot now. 117. Alright. Use a sniper on someone? Let me see. No, I'm not gonna bother. It's too far, I think. For any of this to show. Let's see. Oh, I know. There will be a wandering bone collector in there. I survived. Well, that's pretty good. And now quickly I need to go back. Let us quickly have a look.
We've just scanned a fallen ketch inbound to your location. It's carrying walkers and other arms.
Spider. Yeah, it's gonna be 7 o'clock before we know it. Oh, he took my kill, I think, didn't he? He did, yeah. It's annoying because one of them was definitely the enemy that I wanted to get.
Keep running.
I can't understand as to why you survived my Scorch Cannon, that thing in there. I'm definitely gonna go and get him. Where's he gone? Demolish the walkers. They disappeared before I managed to get to them. That is so annoying. Well, wasn't really much of any loot in here. Did we get anything at all? Nothing. The other guy took my kills in there. Would have had probably more than 80% done already. Well. Let us see. Where else can we go? There it is. $130. This is very good. Looting and shooting, remember your chests. Once you spot them, you remember there weren't that many when the sequel came out, but it's been reworked, so we are never short of chests wherever we go. And that's pretty awesome. Helium, materials. Collected very many, I think. Hang on. Materials. $209. Well, that's quite a few, is it not? Right, let's get ready for some action in here. Oh my god, it's already 6:30 and I still haven't completed that task. Very grindy. Very, very grindy. That is the fact.
Scouts report hive wizards mounting a ritual. Kill whatever comes out of that portal and shut it down.
We need to get the wizards. Why is he immune? Still not there. Now he's going to be more vulnerable. Prepare for the battle. All has been completed. Collect loot. What was it? Lost ghost trace. That's quite a good consumable. Tells us where the lost ghosts are. There's one per ghost. So, 85. Okay, so we'll do another event. That should complete it, I think. This one. For 39 seconds. We better hurry up then. There. Ah, no, went into the abyss instead. And I probably will disappear. We just need some of those mini bosses, that's most important.
Light is fading.
Need to look at this relic.
Lost.
93, okay. Well, that's good. $96, okay. Ah, completed. Finally, after all of that grinding. Thanks goodness for that. And now I fell into that crack. Too bad, really. Too bad. Pick up helium. rationed. Still a bit more. Olga. Range is really tricky. They destroyed it. Nah. So we didn't manage to defend the side properly. Essence of Vanity. I think I picked it up before. I think. What is important is the completion of... Hang on a minute, what's that? Fight your way into the depths of Circle of Bones, survive the area and defeat the Death Singer. Aram, then bring a skull to Eris. Okay, so that we need to do, right. Let's go to Circle of Bones. Okay, we completed this. But you know what? We didn't collect any of our seasonal rewards, and we are due, I think. Yep, that's correct. Imoni Engram. And then Holdfast Cover Helmet will come away as well. Quite far from that one. And let me see, quests. Symphony of Death, Festival of Masks, Spider. We haven't even gone to the Spider yet. But this is the end game for Symphony of Death, I think. This is what we need to do. Okay. That probably will have to be our last activity for today, so let me just quickly have a look. To go to Circle of Bones. Okay. Okay, so let's just finish this off. A bit of a few more firefights, providing a variety. Because we've not been to the temple today, we've gone to all other areas. We just need to destroy that boss. That's all there is to it. It's so annoying, man. We don't really reach to get that quick recharge on our grenades. It's not here. Bear with me, I need to have a short break. Once I come back, we'll polish this off.
I shall be your Virgil once again.
As you can see, we've come to the Circle of Bones, and we need to do this fast. Alright, so let's have a look where the enemy is and let's complete the quest. This is Club 170, yes, that's correct. not exactly sure where the enemy is. Probably at the very bottom. So he's somewhere else. He must be then up here. My dear friends, this is going to be a lengthy mission, and it looks like it is going to be also done on timing. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave that for tomorrow. I'm a bit tired, and we'll sort of start afresh. We completed quite a lot of it today, and unfortunately we've not been able to get to the Aram, that singer. And once we come back, we'll carry on with the quest. And I think tomorrow, as we know that he must be there in Catacombs, as he's not here in the first section of Circle of Bones, and we are going to be definitely tackling all of those wizards and enemies down below when we resume tomorrow from 2 o'clock. So thank you for watching today, thank you for being here with us and for being our valued community members. Our activities and our Destiny adventures will carry on tomorrow from 2 o'clock PM, so join us then, and we'll carry on with everything we still need to do here in our wonderful Destiny universe. As you could see, we started today with some of our quests that are related to Able Event and Season of the Lost. We've not been excuse me, we've not been able to speak to Spider yet because there were leftovers on our Choir of the Damned quest, and once we get the skull, we'll bring it back to Eris, and then that will be completed. So I hope you enjoyed what you've seen. There's been a lot of fierce activities. There's been a good introduction. We had some community members popping in, and on that note, I shall wish you all a very good night and see you all tomorrow.